Dr. Akbar, you're muted.
Thank you very much. I had the whole spiel and everything that I started. So thank you very much, everyone. Welcome to the February 8th, 2021 meeting of the Akron Board of Education. We want to thank you for joining us today, and we're going to start off with roll call. Mr. Pendleton, please.
Dr. Akbar?
Here.
Mr. Alexander? Ms. Autry?
Here.
Mr. Bravo?
Here, sorry.
Thank you. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield?
Here.
And Mrs. McKittrick?
Here.
And welcome Madison Deese from our Firestone CLC student board member.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Madison. We are glad to have you here. And if you could lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance, that would be perfectly excited and appreciated.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Madison. We're going to move on to community and school reflections, and we're going to start with Madison, our student board member from Firestone. And I see Mrs. McKittrick is lined up, and if everyone else can line up right in the chat as well, we'll get to you in the order that you have lined up. So Madison, and then Mrs. McKittrick. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, no problem. Hi, I'm Madison Deese. I'm a junior at Firestone CLC in the Project Lead the Way pathway. This is my first year serving as a student board member and my first board meeting. I understand the results of the Return to School survey showed that about 50% of students would like to return. Some kids want to come back to school to get that in-school feeling. When you're in school, it is so much easier to comprehend what you're learning. It's easier to understand the lesson when the teacher is in front of you, talking to you, rather than talking at you from a tiny box. Last year during in-person learning in Project Lead the Way, we did a lot of hands-on group projects. Last year, we created a ping pong ball launcher, and we had a competition to see who could get theirs launched the farthest. My team came in second to last place, but it was fun because everyone worked as a team to reach one common goal. It was exciting to compete with my classmates. Part of what I miss about being in person is working together in groups and doing those hands-on activities. For the other 50% of students who want to remain virtual to finish out the year, need great interactive teachers like Mrs. Walls. Mrs. Walls, my AP Calculus teacher, does a great job at making the virtual class feel like an in-person classroom. She uses Pear Deck, which is a website where students each have their own private slide that only they and the teacher can see. Using Pear Deck, Mrs. Walls can see if students aren't participating, and if they aren't, she messages them on the side to make sure they understand. She also understands that some students are uncomfortable unmuting themselves to ask questions, so she has us type any questions that we have on our Pear Deck slide. She responds to the questions on the student slide and gives us any tips on where to start or how to continue if we're stuck. For the students who want to remain remote, they need more teachers like Mrs. Walls to ensure that they are getting the most out of their lessons. I feel like another reason students would want to remain remote is because they aren't 100% comfortable with being around people yet. These students should be ensured that the proper protocols and regulations are being upheld to keep them safe. A good way to spread this message would be through starting an APS Board of Education Instagram account. Many students check Instagram to get information about their school's sports teams and other events. Many APS updates are posted on Facebook, but mostly parents check Facebook. Students don't really do Facebook. During the pandemic, sports have been a good outlet for me and other students because it's getting us back into that sense of normalcy. I play softball and run cross country, and since we've been remote, we've had to do a lot of class assignments independently. So working with other students again has been really great for everyone. The students and coaches really appreciate the protocols being put in place to keep everyone safe and healthy. Overall, whether remote or in person, students need quality interactions with their teachers, coaches, and classmates to make sure they are getting the best learning experience. My fellow student board member, Kyrese Brunson, is feeling under the weather and could not attend today's meeting. But on behalf of the student board, we wish all APS students, families, and staff good health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madison. It is really good to hear about your experience, especially having such a good positive experience with remote learning, but also their eagerness to get back in the school building. I think we are hearing both perspectives, and we're glad to hear that from you today. Thank you very much for attending and providing your responses there. I'm going to move on to the other board members, and I know Mrs. McKittrick had, and we'll go to Mrs. Mansfield.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Madison. Couple quick things. First, I'd like to thank Akron Children's Hospital and the APS staff for getting the first round of vaccines to our faculty. I'd also like to give a quick update from our nutritional staff that we've served almost 1.9 million meals since the shutdown began. So that's a remarkable amount of meals if you think about it. And keep in mind that those go to any student, not just APS students. So thank you for that wonderful work to the nutritional staff. And finally, I'd like to thank Mrs. Vincenti, the principal at Glover CLC, and Kathy from the chapel for their bags of love. And I've been fortunate enough to be with them the last 2 Fridays when we handed out those bags of love. So thank you to Mrs. Vincenti and Kathy from the chapel. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mrs. McKittrick. Next, we'll have Mrs. Mansfield.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madison and Valerie, for those reflections. I think that I would echo what Mrs. McKittrick said about how amazed we were by the work on Saturday. Had a few things I wanted to share. I want to give a thanks to Madison Miller over at Bridges for the artwork that she sent from her students for the project that I'm doing at the court for the art with the cards for seniors. They were great. Love them. They're so colorful and they made me smile last week. So I really appreciate that. In addition, a huge thanks to Mrs. Wieland for letting me come and read to her kindergarten class on Friday. I want anyone who has any doubts about how hard anyone in education is working, but especially those with primary students, if you sit in on a kindergarten class, that is something else. And I did get a chance to read to them. They were engaged. They loved the story. They had questions. So she is working so hard, as are all of our teachers. Just an extra special hug to those who are doing those early primary grades. What a challenge that is. And I think this might be, two more quickies. Big thanks to Dreama and the student school board members for our meeting last week, and Deb Folk for all of her information. She breaks things down so well, and it's no wonder she's always our go-to. And last, to Firestone High School, who held their talent show virtually on Friday. I got to attend that in my living room. And though it's not the same as the energy that we get in a full auditorium full of students during the day, the talent still shone through. So thanks very much for those who made that happen, and congratulations to all that participated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mansfield. Ms. Autry.
Thank you. And just echoing a thanks to Mrs. Whitfield and the student school board members. I was also able to participate in a recent meeting where we played Cahoots, which I learned for the first time. So thank you. That was a lot of fun. And also a special shout out. I was able to volunteer for part of Bukdo's Career Expo, which is the event in which freshmen are exposed to the different possible career pathways that we offer. Special shout out to the College and Career Academy coach at Bukdo, Mrs. Deanna Edwards. So they had to make adjustments, of course, virtually in presenting this, and they are doing a special series of speakers called SOS, Stories of Success. So they kicked that off with some speakers from the various fields and career pathways that are offered. They also had a carnival in which that's the part I volunteered and helped deliver some of the prizes and cotton candy, etc., to the various student homes. And they played live games as they participated in the expo. And then the freshmen also were able to be one-on-one with other students who are currently in the pathways, just to talk about the different options that are available. And as we know, that peer-to-peer mentoring is always very effective. And it seemed as if they did a very good transition to a virtual career expo. So again, shout out to Bukdo and their Career Academy coach, Mrs. Edwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Autry. I believe Mr. Bravo is after you, Mr. Bravo.
Yes, and I thank you, Mr. President. And I cannot say anything better than Ms. Autry just did, because the one thank you that I had was to Mrs. Edwards and the folks from Bukdo CLC. I also participated just a little bit in their Freshman Academy and their Career Expo. They gave me a couple of minutes too, just to say something very quickly to the students. I thought it was very well done. The virtual portion I thought was very well done. The questions from the students were amazing, and they were really thoughtful questions too. They really had good questions about the careers they're going into, and they were asking, you know, what can I make and what pathways should I take? And they were asking their fellow students were the ones a lot of times answering these questions, and it was just really good. It was really well done. So kudos to them, and thanks for letting me say something very brief to them. And then interestingly, part of my comments were to the students, you know, not to forget that fourth E, right? There, we always talk about enrollment, enlistment, but that fourth E of entrepreneurship is kind of big. And then right after that, this weekend, we had, as part of the Beacon Journal's focus on Black-owned businesses, the young college graduate or high school graduate who started Kicks and Cuts in Cuyahoga Falls, and a really great profile. And there's this 18-year-old recent high school graduate that has started his own business. And so it was kind of neat to see, but loved seeing the kids, loved hearing what they want to do and asking their questions about their future. So just again, as Ms. Autry said, many thanks to Ms. Edwards and all of the work that went into that. It was very well done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bravo. Dr. Hall.
Yes, thanks, Mr. President. I appreciate it. Just a couple quick things. So first, I would echo the earlier conveyed sentiments of my colleagues this evening. Secondly, just would comment on the state of vaccinations. You know, by all accounts, I was just very thankful for how smooth that went. And I was sort of following some of the chatter on Facebook about how smooth it went. People seem to be very, very happy with that. You know, very happy for what that represents, right? You know, another step back to our back to our students being in school in person. You know, so very excited, you know, what the next 6 weeks is going to bring for us. Also wanted to say thank you to our Remote Plus educators, because again, they volunteered before there was a vaccine. And so again, I know that started up as well. And so I want to thank them for putting themselves out there and volunteering and working with our students. the game Cahoots Ms. Autry referenced. I think I learned why I don't play games with teenagers. So that just reinforced that. I will not be participating in any more games with teenagers. Just so you know, congratulations to, I think Kyrie was the one who actually won that game. I was very suspicious about how the scores were being kept. So again, I will be hands off with further games with our student board members. I got beat like a drum. Okay. And then also, last but not least, and Mr. Bravo, I hope I'm not talking out of school here. If I am, I apologize. But also wanted to congratulate you on your selection and acceptance as the honorary chair for this year's Boys and Girls Club annual Aspire Gala. That's going to be in March. And so again, it's a board I serve on and for many years. And so we're happy to have you on board and looking forward to you serving as our honorary chair. So so again, congrats again, and Mr. President, I'll give the floor back to you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mr. Bravo, everyone, for your reflections. Just a few attended the student board member meeting, and I tried to keep up with Kyrie's, but I think Diana even got me in the end. So yeah, I think I might be with Dr. Hall and may not play those games anymore. But also, just so everyone else knows, we as a board also met with the LeBron James Family Foundation, and that was a really good meeting, I believe. We learned a little bit more about that partnership, transformational things that they're doing. And one of the things they brought up was the apartments that they have, the way in which that has transformed their work. We wanted to say thank you to the LJFF for the work that they do with us, and thank you for hosting us and having the meeting with us, and we look forward to future conversations. And the last thing is, I attended a meeting that was led by leader Amelia Sykes, Ohio House, on equity in entrepreneurship and what we can do as a community during COVID to support small and local businesses. Good. One of the things that I brought up was the same thing that Mr. Bravo mentioned about entrepreneurship, and how can some of those local businesses partner with our schools and offer apprenticeship type programs or some type of program where they can work directly with our students to help them do their businesses. There were a lot of things talked about lessons learned, as well as the proper ways to do paperwork and how do you get recognized as the state. So all of those things are things I think that our students, who are probably more than ever going to be entering post high school in the entrepreneurship realm. So I just wanted to put that out there, that we did talk about ways in which we can include youth in some of these programs as well. So stay tuned for that. With that being said, unless Mr. Alexander has any reflections, we'll move forward.
None, Mr. President.
Okay, so we will move to the very next item, which is the request to address the board. We have 3 requests to address the boards before us. 2 will be open in open session. 1 is to be discussed in executive session, and I'll talk about that when we get to that point. But we're going to move to Mr. Bill Reynolds again.
Hello, board members and administration. I wanted to thank you for your diligent work over the last several months. I know there's been times I've thrown some arrows kind of in your direction. I do appreciate all your hard work. I wanted to speak to you a little bit about going forward here.
Excuse me for 1 second. I'm so sorry. I don't want to interrupt you, but I forgot to share with everyone that there are 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I know you know, but just so everyone else knows, I apologize. This will not go against your 3 minutes. But I want to thank everyone who has expressed interest to address the board. And based off our policy, we're limiting public presentations to a maximum of 3 minutes. Also, please refrain from disparaging comments as well as attacks on any general direct individuals. Board members, we typically do not respond. However, the superintendent or his designee may follow up with you to address your concerns. So I apologize, Mr. Reynolds. I know you know all of that, but I forgot to say it at the beginning. So
no, that's fine. I appreciate it. So I wanted to thank you for all your diligent work. And I believe it was Miss McKittrick that did say about the kindergarten. Trust me, it's rough. I've got two, and I've been dealing with it since the beginning. I wanted to talk to you guys about going forward, and I'm not saying stuff that you probably don't know, but going forward, our students are going to need extra support, extra collaboration with various outfits within the school district and within the area. I wanted to also take this time to recognize the family resource centers. Actually, they have been overwhelmingly useful. I'm lucky enough to be at Helen Arnold, and we have Miss Autumn Reynolds, who does just a wonderful job working with us, helping us know what's going on with the United Way and different programs that may help us. So collaborations like that, I believe, are very important. My children actually last year were in a collaboration classroom with Head Start and Akron Public Schools over at Summit Lake. And the advantages that we got out of that, the help that we got out of that was just so useful, so helpful, because APS and Head Start have similar purposes, but go at it to the end game in a different fashion. And I just wanted to take this time to encourage you as we go forward to look at collaborations that may be able to be used to help students make up some of what they've lost, whether it be summer camps, whether it be, YMCAs. I encourage make this a community project. The old saying, it takes a village to raise a child. Well, it's going to take a whole city to help these kids get back on track. And I think we can do that. And actually, I know we can do that. And I just want to encourage you to think outside the box when you're trying to solve these issues. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you again for your hard work, and have a good night.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reynolds, for your comments, as well as always being willing to share us. Next, we have one other public to the board with Larry Seeley. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, board. I appreciate the time to address the board this evening. I'm grateful. First of all, let me say I am a proud product of the Akron Public School Service. And I just, again, thank you for this opportunity. Let me begin by saying I'm here to be a voice for the students and the parents who deem it necessary to return to in-person schooling. First of all, most don't realize it, but school has not been in person since last March. That is almost coming up on an entire year that students have struggled academically as well as mentally and emotionally. Allow me to break down the analysis for you then. Let's first look at the students with low self-esteem. That may be the only positive feedback they get is at school. So they end up slipping into a state of depression, which then carries them to withdraw and isolate. What about the students that already suffer from depression in our school system? It pushes them to their breaking point, and what happens? We deal with suicide and suicide attempts. So at least at that point, both are just as bad as one or the other. We also push these students, including the ones that we call well, to end up in a depressive state from the lack of socialization with others. So let's get real serious for a moment. Let's think about the students that typically, by looking at their faces or how they act, you can sometimes judge that something is wrong with home. Something is wrong with their home. The ones you discover are victims of usually of physical abuse, mental abuse, or even sexual abuse. And you're able to intervene before it's too late at that point. Well, my question is now what? How do you see that without being in person? This could be a dangerous situation if we continue down the destructive road that we're currently on. A human being strives for interaction with others, just not physically, but emotionally as well. I know it's been a long time since we've all seen each other face to face, and I think it's time that we do that. These are things that we take for granted. Well, the same applies with our students, not just us. We all live by emotions. Well, when you're not seeing each other daily, what happens? You don't get those things which can cause negative thoughts and reactions. So what am I saying here? We're hurting our students and our future. Now, let's look at some cold hard facts. Since COVID-19 began and schools went to remote learning, suicides increased. More students have self-isolated. We have students failing due to no hands-on help. Most parents that are not well educated, teachers, or themselves are not capable or just don't have the time to spend time with their students. This reflects in their grades and their test scores. What about the students that aren't even doing any of their online schooling right now? Who monitors that? And I personally know some that aren't doing that at the moment. Isn't truancy easier to monitor when they're in-person schooling? So now both the CDC and Dr. Fauci has deemed it safe to return to the school without the teachers being vaccinated. As well as now our President Biden has said that it's time for the teachers and the students to go back to in-classroom learning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seeley. Unfortunately, your 3 minutes have lapsed, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have more business to conduct today. We'll be happy to engage and connect with you further after the meeting, if you would like to.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Need to recess into executive session briefly for the purposes of I'm sorry. So we have a need to move into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 1221.22G1 for the purposes of considering the investigation of charges or complaints against a public employee, official, licensee, or student of the district. To move into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved by Mr. Bravo, seconded by Mrs. Mansfield. I think we don't need a vote for that, right, Mr. Pendleton?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Pendleton, roll call, please.
Certainly. Mr. Bravo?
I'm so sorry. I'm not unmuting fast enough. Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick,
Yes.
Dr. Akbar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Oh, sorry.
President, no, I just wanted to make a real quick mention. Part of the reason I unmuted late too is I was bringing up my calendar and it's not coming up, so I may be a minute late.
We'll send you.
I'm having trouble getting the link.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else having that challenge? Mr. Pimpson can send them the link. Okay. As we are transitioning over, just so that the public knows, we will move into executive session just as if we did in regular board session with 3 minutes for the person to give feedback. I'm sorry, to give their statement. So wanted to just let you know that we're going to move into executive session now. So good, sign out of this meeting and go into the executive session meeting. Board members will return soon.
Okay, Dr. Akbar, we are being asked to try again.
Okay, so we are just doing a brief test to see if I'm connecting to YouTube and waiting for Mr. Rittenhouse to let us know.
Okay, Dr. Akbar.
Now it sounds like one of those old TVs.
Okay.
I don't know if.
Yes, it's working now. We're getting feedback that it's working.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much. We will. Thank you, Mr. Rittenhouse, for all of your help and technical support. Moving forward, we will move to Superintendent's personnel recommendations. Dr. James?
Yes, Mr. President, I wish to recommend approval of the personnel recommendations presented in categories 5 through 16.
Thank you very much, Dr. James. We will move to the personnel recommendations. All those in favor?
No,
I'm sorry, is there a motion?
So moved.
Sorry.
Second.
Second. Okay. It's been properly moved by Mr. Bravo, seconded by McKittrick. Any comments or questions? See Mrs. Mansfield.
Just real quick, I wanted to wish the best to Mary Spack, as she's mentioned in the board personnel recommendations. Sometimes you don't think of the attendance person as being a really big deal in your life until you have a chronically ill child and you have to call off a lot and you talk to that person a lot. So she was a huge support to my family during a tough time, and her husband was a wonderful influence on my students as well. So just want to wish her all the best. Thank you for indulging that.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions about personnel recommendations? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Pendleton, roll call, please.
Mrs. Mansfield?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Bravo?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mr. Superintendent for resolutions and motions on the consent agenda.
Yes, Mr. President, I wish to recommend approval of the resolutions and motions presented in category 21.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. McKittrick, seconded by Mr. Bravo. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Mr. Pendleton, roll call, please.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar? Mr.
Yes.
Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Bravo?
Yes.
Dr. Hall? Mrs.
Aye.
Mansfield?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, business affairs recommendations, Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. President, I wish to recommend approval of the business affairs recommendations presented in category 23.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
I believe that was a motion by Ms. Autry, seconded by Mrs. McKittrick. Did I get that correct? I heard two at one time. Motion. Who made the original motion?
I think it was me and Val, me and Mrs. McKittrick.
Thank you very much. So it's been moved by Mrs. Mansfield and seconded by Mrs. McKittrick. Any questions, comments, or concerns? I see Mrs. Mansfield.
Just wanted to say that it's with great excitement that we see the Avid Center coming to fruition for more of our buildings. The instructional policy team has had a couple of presentations on this from some staff, and we're looking forward to seeing how that works going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Autry?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And then I just wanted to acknowledge, for the sake of the public and myself as well, because I learn every single meeting that we have. I think it's important that people know the different things that this district has to support. In item 23.8 and then item 23.13, just acknowledging that we do provide instruction to our students at the Juvenile Detention Center, and there's a need from time to time to upgrade that equipment. So that's included. And then also the upgrades in the electrical system at Elliott. For those of you who may or may not remember, unfortunate incident we had at a football game. So this is related to making sure that that is a safe place for us to continue to host games. You know, we move on with different activities at this board, and people need to know that past things that happened, we continue to work on. So I just wanted to acknowledge those two items in this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Autry. Very important notes there from you and Mrs. Mansfield. Anyone else? Any other comments? Moving forward, Mr. Pendleton, roll call, please.
Dr. Akbar? Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Bravo?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Yes, but I recuse on item 23.13.
Thank you for your abstention. Mrs. Mansfield?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pendleton. Next, we have Superintendent's report. Dr. James?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I think someone's sharing their screen to put up a calendar to serve as a prompt. So we have a lot of information to provide this evening. So I'll start off with, as Dr. Hall mentioned in his comments previously, how smoothly our vaccinations went on Saturday. I stopped in for a little bit to take a look how things were going, and there were a lot of smiling faces. I didn't hear anyone screaming or yelling as that long needle went into their arms. Plus, I had to work on getting my parents vaccinated. My older brother and I worked on that over the weekend, so they got their first shot and no side effects. But I'll have Deborah Folk come on and just talk about how we're doing with the vaccines and then what we have in store for this week.
Good evening, Dr. James and board members. I am happy to report that we were very, very fortunate on Saturday to vaccinate 900 of your assorted staff. We did teachers, bus drivers, custodial people, support people, child nutrition people. If they called and said they could not attend, we were on the phone calling people in so that we used every last shot, which was the goal. And we got very creative to make sure that we could meet those needs. We did have 2 vaccination clinics, one on the first floor that flowed through the engagement center and the boardroom, and the second was a sign-in near the security desk in the main hall near the elevators, and they went upstairs to the second floor. Lowered the temperature on the second floor in order to help the vaccine stay at the proper temperature, which was critical. And we were very fortunate in having 38 staff members from Akron Children's Hospital process our staff at the rate of about 135 people per hour. The view is that we are so efficient. We are starting with our last 2 vaccination clinics. They will be held Friday, the 12th of February and the 13th of February. The invites went out to the remaining staff that have requested it. It's approximately 1,025 people per day. And we have been efficient enough to increase our vaccination numbers per hour to 240. So we do feel that those people starting at 8 o'clock will be able to be done prior to 2 o'clock on those 2 days. And the invites have gone out, and we're now looking for people's emails, because sometimes when you get an email from something you don't know, and this is a new software program. It kind of looks a little fishy, and people are, this, absolutely, you're supposed to answer it. So we're walking through every one of the requests, and we're having a successful time. And if you want to stop by and see how they look, you're more than welcome to stop by after 8 o'clock on Friday or Saturday, and we would welcome you to observe. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Yes, Mr. Alexander?
Yes, Ms. Folk, thank you very much. It sounds like it went really well. I'm glad that it did go well for the staff and everyone there. Thank Children's Hospital as well, their staff, for being there to give the shots. I noticed on the calendar it says on Saturday, the 6th was the first group 1 in their first shot. Now we have group 2 getting their first shot, and group 2 again, another group 2 getting a first shot again. Are they getting a second shot as well?
Yes. Actually, okay. Mr. Alexander, they are, and we are fortunate enough to have the Pfizer vaccine, which allows a 21-day in-between time. So the second shot for group 1, as you can see on the calendar, will be Saturday the 27th, followed by March 5th and 6th for the second shot for our groups that will be going through their first shot this week. Now, I also can advise that because we were lucky enough to get vaccine from Pfizer, the protection day length, I should say, is 7 days. So pretty much within a week after the last shot, the staff that participated on the 27th shall be protected by Saturday the 6th or Sunday the 7th, and the people getting the second shot on the 5th and the 6th of March will be protected by the 13th or 14th. So we are very fortunate in getting that particular vaccine.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Dr. Hall?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. Ms. Folk, I just had a quick question for you. In thinking about next weekend's vaccination schedule, you mentioned that there are roughly 1,000 folks each day that are going to get vaccinated. Is there a scenario where we would have vaccine left over? So, i.e., we would have, again, I know that, in healthcare, we know that these have, that these have to be thought out and, appropriately should have cared for and stewarded. Is there a scenario where you would envision us having any extra vaccine on either day? And if so, what would be our plans as far as what we would do with it? Because again, to your point, I would hate to see it go to waste.
Okay, so let's talk about last week first. We originally, as you were advised, were to get 780 vaccinations. And we got a call on Thursday from Children's that we were going to get a gift of an additional 120 because it has to be used the week it arrives within the district. So we realigned our staff to bring on some more onto Saturday. At the end of the actual day, it started at about noon. We actually started counting shots and started to be very careful to get down to the last shot of the day. And then we were down to 6, and we were able to contact people and easily administer right to the last shot. So the same thing will actually take place on the 12th and 13th. If we have additional vaccine that we have already pulled, as you said, and it is syringed, we have maybe a wait list or an on-call list. Some people have asked late, and we would call them, and they know that they need to come in immediately to receive it. We will not waste this lovely vaccine. We will count it absolutely correctly.
So just a quick clarifying question. So would you be contacting sort of non-APS folks, like non-APS teachers and staff, to try to use those vaccines up? I guess.
No, we can only do the people within the district, but we have had some staff members who were not in the original request. They did not ask for it the first time, but have thought about it and have asked if they could be included in the net, if it became available. So we do have a minor wait list, and they would be the first on our list to call.
So those are folks then, and again, my last question, thank you. So those are folks who said no initially or didn't respond in time, and so we're defaulted to no, and so have since had a change of heart and would like to now get the vaccine.
That is correct.
Okay, great. Thank you, Carmen. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
I have a real quick question, Dr. Akbar. Deb, just by my calculations, we haven't looked at where the second shot for the second group would be yet. Is that a school day?
It is a school day, and I will let Dr. James advise you how that is going to happen.
Yeah, so for any of our teachers on that day, we'll have to give them, time if they are, like if they get that shot this Friday, we'll have to give them time to step away and get their vaccine on the 5th. And then, of course, for those on Saturday, that's a non-work day. If that becomes problematic, we have talked about, is there a potential to assign some asynchronous work, for any of our students on that day?
Okay, thank you very much. I think Mr. Bravo had a question.
No, I was leaving a message that Mrs. Mansfield stole my question. I was just asked today about the 5th and that it's a work day. And so are we going to be finding subs even for some of the subs? And so how is that going to work? So thank you for asking.
Dr. Hall had one final question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Again, apologies for all the questions. So as a person who had both the first and second vaccine, pretty bad the second time, to be honest. I mean, to be very candid with you, for several days I was very, very ill. Not COVID ill, don't get me wrong. I'm not regretting getting the vaccine. So those of you who are watching, get the vaccine. It's totally worth it. Get the vaccine. Okay. But as someone who had a rough couple of days afterwards, is there, again, not to get in the weeds here, but are there allowances that are going to be made for staff that have an untoward response from a sick time standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, those are some of the realities of some people with the vaccine who have like an adverse reaction. So yeah, we will work those situations out on a case-by-case basis.
Great. Thanks. Appreciate it.
I believe that is all of the questions. I know you have other items, Dr. James.
Yeah, so next we'll go into some of our planning. As you are aware, Remote Plus has already started, and we will continue to do Remote Plus up until we actually, start in-person learning. So right now I'll turn it over to Dr. McWilliams-Woods and Ms. Shipe to talk about those plans for how we anticipate a return to school.
Thank you, Dr. James. I'm actually very, very pleased to be talking about this next topic of the calendar and the plans for our return to school. We've been working since last summer very closely with all of you on mapping out that process and looking at different models. The Remote Plus was a wonderful move to be able to get our students started in school. It's nearly 3,000 students that we've been able to offer that opportunity and serve. And that has enabled us to really work through some of the safety protocols that are working beautifully. And just like some of you said at the beginning, the staff are doing a remarkable job and the students are so excited. A lot of us have been brought to tears watching the videos and getting the pictures of those first days when students came back in. So now our attention is all on the sequencing of bringing students back to the full-time in person if families choose that. And then if families choose remote for that last quarter of school, what does that look like? And how will we accommodate both learning models for the last quarter of school? I think it's important for everyone to kind of know when we say last quarter, literally the timing is working out that the third marking period will end and the fourth marking period will begin right when this shift happens based on our vaccination schedule. So I'll continue to use the calendar that you were just looking at just to show you the sequencing of how this is going to work out. And then Ms. Shipe and I will talk through elementary, middle, and high, what the in-person students will be doing and how that will be arranged, and then how the remote students at each of those grade bands, what that will look like. So looking at the calendar, our plan tonight, sharing this information with you, getting feedback tonight from the board, and then tomorrow kind of working through that feedback with the superintendent and posting either late tomorrow night or first thing Wednesday morning. We will update the website with the information that we're proposing tonight, and we'll actually release then a family selection form where the families will mark on the form whether they want their child to continue with 100% remote or whether they want their child to come back in person. The family selection form will stay open all the way through the 19th. So that will give plenty of days for families to learn more from information on the website. We also will be putting out videos that explain the options that families need to view before they fill out that selection form. Principals will be putting out, emails, all calls. There'll be district emails. We usually blitz with like multiple venues to make sure, because as families and consumers, we all use lots of different means. So we'll try to hit all of that, including Facebook. Madison, Ms. Dees, we will also look at Instagram to be able to push that out. Since the adults on Facebook, we're not cool anymore, we have to shift to Instagram. And as soon as we shift to Instagram, then it won't be cool anymore and we'll be off to something else. So the family selection form stays through the 19th, and then it will close. Then as we go down and keep this in the context of the shots that are happening. So the first group 1 shot 2 is on the 27th. And as Dr. James said, then we'll have the week after, or Mrs. Folks said, we'll have a week after that to get the full protection that takes us into March. And then the group 2 shot 2 is that following week. And so we're sort of sequencing based on that second shot of the vaccine. So the first group that got the shot is this K2 and MD, K-12 MD staff. And they will report back on the 8th in person without students yet, but they will come back in. They'll still be teaching remotely, but this will be the time that they'll be working from the buildings and setting up their classrooms, working through all the safety protocols with the principals. And then the following week, on the 15th, is when we're proposing that the K2 and MD, K-12 MD students start then the following week. So the sequence is the first group that got the shot, they start on the 8th as staff. They work that week on all the safety protocols while they're still continuing to teach remotely. And then on the 15th is when the K2 and the K-12 MD students and students with autism start that following week. And then we kind of follow a similar sequence for that next group 2 staff. I want to just kind of showcase here that on the 19th is when the third marking period closes. So as I said, this is the timing. I actually couldn't have designed the timing better, because doing anything before the close of that third marking period, especially for secondary, is very disruptive with grades and courses. So the timing is working out beautifully, that we come down to the 22nd, and that's when preschool and then grades 3 through 12 students start returning this week. And the week before, the staff will be able to set up their classrooms and get oriented. And then on the 22nd that over those first few days, we'll have all of our students back who have chosen in-person learning. So that's kind of how the calendar flows. Are there any questions just about that sequence before we jump to talking about the actual models? Okay, I'm going to put back on here the family selection form, because what Ms. Shipe and I are going to talk about now is what's going to get posted tomorrow, by tomorrow night or early Wednesday morning, what information blitz will go out, and what choice that families are making, and the information. And I sent you the draft documents that show you more detail that you can dive into, but we'll show you sort of summary tonight. So Ms. Shipe, I'll turn it over to you to start with elementary.
All right, well, thank you, Ellen. I first wanted to say that if anybody did hear any shouts when they were getting their first shots, it was screams of joy, but most importantly, screams of gratitude. Our teachers cannot get back into the classroom fast enough. And I got a lot of feedback from many, many teachers and educators and support staff. And it was all about how grateful they are to have the opportunity so that they could get back into the classroom and get back to some sort of normal. So thank you to the board and the administration for everything that they did. It's been a long road working on that. But we'll get to the models here. And just briefly, before I start with the models, I want to thank all the committees that have been working so hard on these models, all the teachers and administrators. And that's through weekends. Both Ellen and I have been talking on Saturdays and Sundays and putting these together, and as well as the committees. So I appreciate all the teachers and staff that have been working on it. I just want to talk really quickly about the rationale for the elementary model. So we had to think prior to developing the model, and the committees were charged with thinking about a few things. The rationale for the models are that, first off, we wanted every student, whether they are on site in person or remain remote, to have support from actual Akron Public School teachers that are focusing on their specific learning environments. And that's what has happened in the past on remote. And if they're staying remote or in person, we always look at that specific learning environment and what that student needs. Secondly, we want the students to be able to and want to incorporate into the models the opportunity to address some of their social emotional supports. And one of the reasons we wanted to have a consistency of instructional delivery. So we're trying to keep, obviously, students that are coming back on site in their buildings, keeping them with their teachers whenever possible. The same thing with remote, but Ellen will get into that a little bit more. We wanted to make sure student class sizes are maintained with at least 3 feet of social distancing, and that face masks will be worn. And we follow the guidelines from ODE, from the Ohio Department of Health, and from the CDC, so that everyone remains safe once they are back in the buildings. And finally, students and staff, we wanted both students and staff to have the most consistent transition as a majority of students return to the classroom. So it was really important that we develop a model that has that consistency. And I think Ellen's going to go into some specifics of that elementary model. You have to unmute, Ellen.
Sorry about that. Looking at the elementary model, this column here, the difference between in-person and that choice between in-person and remote, especially with the younger children, as Ms. Shipe said, we really wanted to maintain as much as possible that the touch points and the live instruction with the APS teachers. So what this is going to look like is we're going to, once families make the final selection, the in-person students will return to school just like the pre-pandemic is kind of what we coined this as the pre-pandemic time, where they'll have that normal school day of 8 to 2:30 for elementary. Some of our specialty schools have a different start and end date, but in general, our elementaries are that 8 to 2:30. And then the remote students will be pulled out to a district remote learning program. So they will be pulled out and then combined into classes, and they will continue with the similar remote type schedule that they have right now, but they will be different teachers and different principals. So we're really taking all of the kids, the population in the elementary schools, and we're saying the in-person students, you go back to school with the teachers in your school, and then the remote students are going to the remote learning program where they will be combined into new classes following the similar schedule that they're used to right now that they've been doing since August. There may be a few changes with some of the fine arts when that happens during the day, but the basic structure of the day will remain the same. For the in-person students, we did put here that students may have a different teacher going into this, because if you can imagine, we're taking all the elementary students and we're looking at how many have chosen in-person, and that's how many staff we keep and maintain as an in-person teacher. But then we do have to take some of the teachers, and we're starting obviously with teachers who have medical exemptions. They will be pulled out to teach in the remote program. So some classes, as soon as you pull a teacher out who has a medical exemption to go teach in remote, for the students remaining and in person, they may have a different teacher then. They're going to have to be assigned to a different teacher in the school. So I just want to make that real clear. For the most part, when you're in person, you'll have the same teacher, but there will be some changes because we are pulling some teachers out to go with those remote students into the remote learning program. The daily for the remote students, when we talk about the schedule, will be similar, like I said, with a few changes, possibly with when art and music and PE falls. They will have the new remote teacher. There will be a principal assigned to that remote learning program. So the communication will come from that principal and the teachers in the remote program. The remote teachers, just as because I'm sure there's a lot of teachers listening in or will be interested in this question. If you are selected as a remote teacher, so for example, the teacher who has a medical exemption and cannot report to work because of a significant health issue, so you are tagged as a remote teacher, we're not actually moving you to some physical place someplace else. You're staying in your school. So if you're a Hatton teacher, you'll be teaching remotely from, you will still be assigned to Hatton so that you're not fully physically being moved someplace else, if that makes sense. So that's how we're separating out the two groups. So the remote students get live instruction during the day, and the in-person comes back to school in that normal schedule that they're used to, following very strict social distancing. That 3 feet of social distance, they're gonna have required masks and all of the hand sanitizing and all the safety guidelines that we all have on our website for families to see.
So we will be having, in just a moment, I'll open it up to questions, but we will also be, the frequently asked questions. We've developed a list of frequently asked questions and answers. Much of it is covering what Ellen just presented to you. Those questions and answers will be hosted on the district website for families and anyone who wants to go there. One of the questions that I do want to present to you tonight, though, and the answers is that our families will have both those students that come back on site and those students that stay remote. Families will have one opportunity to switch. If you come back in person and want to switch to remote, or if you go remote and want to switch to in person, between April 12th and April 16th. And those dates were picked because the students will be in their chosen model for approximately 3 weeks. And then they'll have the opportunity to a one-time opportunity to switch if they find that the model that they were in was not working for them. The reason that we obviously cannot allow people to just switch at will is because we have staffing, and it is it really goes deep as far as the complications, obviously, to staff both on-site faculty and remote faculty. So we will give our families the opportunity that one time between April 12th and April 16th to make the switch to the other model. So if Ellen doesn't have anything to add to that, we'll go ahead and throw it open for questions on the elementary model.
Yeah, I've got questions.
I have a question too.
Yeah. So all my questions actually will apply to both models. So I can get them out of the way now, and then that way I'm not asking them.
Sure.
High school, and I do have more than two, so I'm going to ask my two and then defer to my board colleagues so we can kind of get the round robin thing going. So the first question I had is more of a clarifying question. So if you choose remote, are you guaranteed to have a new teacher? Is my first question.
Basically, what we're saying is that, you know, it would be quite the exception to end up with the same teacher. You know, so 95%, 90% sure, somewhere around there, that you will end up with a different teacher. And let me explain why. If we think about how we're staffing this, and we're staffing this just because of what Ms. Shipe said was the rationale of trying to maintain that similar live instruction for our youngest students. We're staffing it as two sort of separate in-person with their full staff, remote students get their full staff. We may have in a class, there may be 6 students in 2nd grade from Robinson that get combined with 6 students from Mason and 6 students from Glover that make a new class. So when we're doing that and looking at that whole schedule, we can't guarantee that one student will automatically line up exactly with a teacher if their teacher happens to have that medical exemption and needs to be in the remote program. So that's why by default, we're saying that your teacher will change as you move to that remote environment.
Gotcha. And then my second question. So, you know, that one of the great things about live streaming these meetings is that we get live feedback, sometimes via text message and email during the meetings. And so I just want to, this was a concern that's being raised by the folks who are watching that are planning to have their kids stay remote. I'm getting the continuity question, you know, and so basically really, and I'm combining some questions here, but really they all kind of go to continuity. So, you know, so we're combining classrooms. You know, my kid has a new teacher, you know, and so, you know, who may not know what their opportunities are, you know, and so now they're going to be in a class full of, you know, it could be kids from cross schools where they have to sort of learn all over again what each student's sort of learning opportunities, you know, maybe are or are not. And so, and kind of the part B of that is, and if you all would mind speaking, maybe Ellen and Pat both, you know, if you wouldn't mind speaking to the parents who are watching right now, that are feeling, again, because my phone is blowing up, that are feeling like, whoa, wait a minute, like we're being penalized for choosing to stay remote. Help us understand how any of this is fair and equitable to the students who choose to stay remote. That's the question. And so again, want to be transparent with you all and kind of share that concern that I'm getting.
If I could just say, a lot of those questions are on the frequently asked question list, and we don't have the time tonight to go over all of them. And I'll let Ellen speak to some of the specific questions about the complications of staffing a district our size. And as often as we can, we're going to keep that continuity, but and even if the teacher in the remote setting is not the teacher that they have on site normally, there's still going to be continuity with the curriculum and the instruction and how we identify the students' needs. So Ellen, I'll let you go ahead and address that.
Right. And those concerns, you know, I have 2 children that I've raised and would be right in the heat of that same concern and that same question, because for the last quarter of school, you know, everyone doesn't want a change to their teachers. The only way that we could say 0 change to any classroom would be to stay remote the rest of the year. And we have, the majority of our families are saying, we want to be back in school. And I think all of our shared goal has been to have students back in school. So the downside of doing that is we will still have some families who want remote. And the only way to do that is to split the teachers. You know, some will go to in-person and some will go to remote. And when we do that split, the students, if I'm the teacher, if I'm Dr. McWilliams-Woods, the 2nd grade teacher, half of my kids, if I end up going remote, my other half of my kids are going to be very sad because they're not going to have me in person. Or flip side, if I'm in person, then the half of my kids that want remote are going to be devastated because now they're going to get a new teacher. So no matter which way the teacher goes, half of their class, the numbers right now, it's about 60-some% want the in-person. No matter what, it's about 60% of the families are going to be, you know, are going to be happy or sad depending on which way I go as a teacher. The only other option was to not touch the teachers in the school and to let them all stay in person. And then all of the remote students go to more of an asynchronous kind of approach where you'll hear that option at the secondary level. But for elementary, the teachers on the team and the principals on the planning team felt very strongly that elementary students needed an Akron Public School live teacher teaching them, which I think all families would probably agree with that. And the only way to do it is to split the staff in half, and then families end up, you know, then the staffing ends up going that way, and we have to regroup the students for that last quarter of school.
And I would like to say that it's all of our hope that families don't look at it like they're being penalized. All of our teachers, even if it's a new teacher to your student, to your child, they're going to be extremely aware of and sensitive to those new students that they haven't had, and to work through any concerns that the families or students have. I firmly believe that.
Yeah, absolutely. What I love primarily about all the feedback that we've been getting from families is their desire to keep their teacher, which just warms my heart and makes me so proud to work in this district and to serve this incredible group of teachers we have, because obviously the teachers are rocking it with our families and they want to stay with their teachers.
Great. Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Can I go, Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Okay. I have a question. At this point in time, do we have the number of students as well as the number of staff who are who wish to go in person and those who wish to go remote?
We have, for the students, that will be the calendar that we just looked at. We have the percentages that I think we've reported at the board meeting, that it's around 60% of families when we look at pre-K through 12 who want in-person, and the remainder want to stay remote. For staff, we have, right now it's around, and we're still processing some of the medical exemptions, but it's around 25 staff. Mrs. McVeigh can correct me if it's changed over the past couple days as they've processed, that it's 25 staff pre-K through 12 who have a medical condition that prevents them from coming in person in this pandemic time period. So those teachers, but that's pre-K through 12. So we'll use them at secondary, we'll use them at elementary. But for elementary, we'll still have to pull some additional teachers. We don't have enough of the teachers who have the medical exemption. We're gonna have to pull some other teachers to stay 100% remote. And Ms. Shipe and I are working through that process with Mrs. McVeigh and the superintendent on how that selection process will work.
So it sounds like you're saying we have 75% of the staff who are going to be coming back, and 25 maybe, or less than, I'm sorry, it's probably about 80 or 90% of the staff who are willing to come back, and we're going to have maybe a small number of just teachers who are not going to be coming back, and we're doing the remote.
Yeah, I don't know quickly what that percentage is, but nearly every staff member, when you think that we have, almost 2,000 teachers and tutors that work for the district, it's a very small number that have the medical exemption, that we have to put in that remote environment. But for elementary, we will have to pull some additional based on the number of families that choose remote.
Okay, and just before I go on, if there's a follow-up question, I'm just anticipating that for the family surveys, I kudos out to the principals in the buildings, because they have been and will continue to try to follow up with families that will miss the survey or not fill out the survey. And up until the last date there on the calendar, those that do not fill out the survey, they will reach out to them. If at the end of this, when we need a number, there are still some families that have not filled out that survey, then their student will be assigned to in-person learning. So if the families are watching tonight at the board meeting here, I just highly encourage families, once that survey comes out, to complete it and put their choice for their students.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because boy, is that important, that once the survey closes on the 19th at 5 o'clock, and we will call every family that we haven't heard from, and we will reach out multiple ways. But if we don't get the survey, the selection form filled out by 5 o'clock on the 19th, by default, they will be assigned to in-person learning, because we would love for all students to lean in towards that in-person learning, but we know that there's some families that absolutely, for lots of different reasons, will also want to keep their students remote. But by default, if we don't hear from families, we're going to mark down that they want in-person learning.
Right. So the families need to realize it's not an opinion survey. This is a commitment survey. So right. You have to make that commitment.
Right. So my other question is, with the teachers, who said there's 25 teachers, high school and elementary, are there any teachers who do not want to come back because of the pandemic? Are there more teachers, so it would be more than just 25 teachers, or are all everybody other than the 25 are saying, I'm coming back?
Yeah. I'll let Mrs. McVeigh jump in here too, but we all, because we're all have the opportunity to get vaccinated, everyone is coming back, and we've communicated that to staff that with the vaccination, even if they choose not to, which is tiny, very small, and primarily that's because of medical reasons, they still are required to come back unless you have a medical exemption approved by Human Resources. So that notion of, how we make the selection, if we do have to pull some additional teachers, Ms. Shipe and I are still working through that with Mrs. McVeigh to figure out, but we're going to wait until we see the exact numbers of students who want the remote, and then we'll know exactly how many teachers we need to assign to the remote learning program.
Okay.
Just one last piece. So now you said that human resources will be the one who will determine the teachers are coming back. So now if a teacher comes back and also they have a medical restriction, that they will be put as remote. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's the term. The formal term is medical exemption. If they have a medical exemption, they have already processed nearly every single application, and that's the number, around 25, and they will automatically be assigned to support the remote students.
All right, that answers my question. Can you say human resources will determine? I said, well, wait a minute, human resources is not the medical, so it can't be human resources determine what a medical says that has to occur. You know, the human resources can say, yeah, we want everybody to come back, but if a person has a medical restriction saying they can't, then they have to do that. So I wanted to make sure it was clear.
Well, it depends on the medical restriction, and maybe half of McVeigh can answer that.
Yes, I was going to kind of tag into the conversation. I will say, like Ellen said, most of our staff who said that previously said that they would have a medical reason to continue to work remotely are now saying, a vast majority of them have said that as long as I'm getting the vaccine, then I will be able to return in person to work. And in fact, many of them are excited to be able to come back. So it is just a small number of folks that have said that they have a medical reason to continue to stay remote. And for those individuals, we are requesting the medical documentation from their physicians to document that. And then those are the teachers that we will be looking at, or at least first, to do the remote teaching.
Okay. Yeah, it's nothing against you and Todd, but I just wanted to, in human resources.
No, we know we have to get the medical to back it up.
Yes. Piece, and we want to make sure that we don't violate that and get ourselves in any trouble.
Right.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Woods or Ms. Scheit? Okay, hearing none. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Dr.
Yeah, that's okay, Dr. Hugberg. I think we'll go, if it's okay. Oh, Dr. Hall, did you have questions about elementary? Because then we'll go on to secondary.
Yeah. Again, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. Again, I was trying to be collegial and only ask 2 questions at a time. So Mr. Alexander actually asked a question that kind of dovetailed into what I was going to ask, which was relating to. So one of the things that was pointed out, or actually being asked, is what. So teachers so there are teachers that have a medical restriction pool. What about teachers who actually refuse to get vaccinated? So again, because I've had some parents ask, like, what my student being in class, the teacher has refused to get vaccinated. So so someone to raise that one for you to be able to reply to, to folks who are watching this they're asking me that question now in real time. So that's my first question. I got one more, and that's it.
So the response to the question is we are not in a position to force people to vaccinate. We are very pleased that we have a very high percentage, and every day it seems to go up because we get contacted by more and more staff in general, like all staff, our plumbers and our mechanics and our bus drivers, to be added to the vaccination list. So, and we are not able to we've been asked by some parents, can I see if my teacher was vaccinated? And obviously, because this is a medical area, we can't share that information, but we can say that we have a very high percentage, and we'll be able to report out after this next weekend of round 2, what percentage of our teachers are vaccinated. Because I think that's the primary question from families, is that percentage for the teachers.
So this is a follow-up to that. So part B that. So basically, so what you're saying is that we haven't decided yet. So if a teacher decides to not be vaccinated, that would not automatically put them in the remote bucket as.
That's correct. That's correct. If they choose not to be vaccinated, they're still coming back to work on the date on the 22nd. If you're grades 3 through 12, that's the date you are coming back to work. So that
provided with the exception, if I could, with the exception of the people that have a medical reason for not being vaccinated.
That's correct.
Gotcha. Okay. And then the last thing I had was, so I think we've created some confusion, again, because there's some questions that are popping up about this. So we keep saying that 60% of parents want their kids to be back in school. So just to clarify for folks who are watching, you all were referring to the earlier survey that was done months ago, where we showed that 60%, approximately 60%, you wanted the kids to be back in school in person, and 40% want remote. What we're doing now for the calendar that you're walking us through is that we're doing that survey again, and it's a commitment survey that we're going to hold folks to. And so we're going to find out what the updated percentages actually are. So it may be higher or lower than 60% as far as who wants their kids back in school. So I just want to clarify that and can you confirm that?
That's correct. Yes.
That's correct. And it wasn't months ago. It was just actually a few weeks ago, the family input survey, where Ms. Shipe and I needed just the pulse of the families on where they were to help inform the models that we're sharing tonight. And that helped us think about where the numbers were going to be. Because if it was 90% of the families wanted to come back in person and 10% were leaning towards staying remote, there's different kind of decisions in terms of staffing those. But where the family input survey doesn't confirm, certainly, just like you're saying. So the family selection form, it's not a survey, this is it. You are now selecting the model. That goes out tomorrow or at the latest Wednesday morning. We'll post that and push that out. And then that's the actual selection. So it could be different than what we learned just a few weeks ago when we did the family input survey. Now that they'll have all the information on what they're selecting and can watch the videos and look at the website and learn more, they may change their mind. We'll see. And that's why we're not going to make all those staffing decisions until we see what the actual numbers look like.
Roger that. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Dr. Egbert, would you like us to move on to secondary middle school?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we will start with the middle school model. The middle school model and the high school model are slightly different just by the nature of it. And secondary is certainly different from our elementary because of their scheduling differences and just the way our secondary students attend school on a regular basis. Rationales were very similar. The student support, addressing social emotional needs, keeping class sizes, and also all the safety measures. Those were very similar to the elementary model. There is one different rationale we do have for secondary, both middle school and high school, and that is that the remote students will be receiving, because our elementary students in remote will actually have an APS teacher because they'll be in a district-wide remote classroom. Our remote students in secondary classes will receive a content support mentor for support and to do progress monitor. And actually, we also will be providing tutoring and coaching to those remote secondary students. And I think Ellen will get into a little more detail here.
Yeah, so elementary is sort of this 2 remote learning program with similar instruction, and then the in-person kind of goes back to that pre-pandemic look. For middle school, and this is similar to high school, but you'll see there's a little bit of a difference. The middle school is kind of in the middle of what we're proposing for the high school and the elementary. It's a combination approach for the middle school where the students who choose in person will go back to the regular schedule. Again, this pre-pandemic type schedule. There will be minimal teacher and classmate changes. For secondary, when you start to get into all of the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of courses that are offered at the middle school, and then especially at the high school level, for the last quarter of school, we could not disrupt the entire schedule by pulling lots of teachers out to go do the remote education. And that's the nature of secondary because of the amount of courses. And when you think of middle school and high school schedules, because of the, the hundreds and hundreds, I'll give you a number at some point because we started adding up all the courses that we offer. They also are very unique singleton where there's only certain teachers and maybe even one teacher in the entire district who can teach a specific course. When you look at our career ed classes where there is just one welding teacher, so we can't split that welding teacher in half between remote kids and in-person kids. A lot of our honors classes and AP classes and IB classes, you can't physically split those courses out, and we would never be able to find the number of teachers we need to split all of those courses. And you add in, this is the last quarter of school. So students have been in these courses. For high school, they're credit-bearing courses. To disrupt that last quarter, the design team felt like no matter what, we have to keep our core schedules intact to the maximum extent possible. So because of that, for middle school, the in-person, the kids go back and they go back to their pre-pandemic schedule, and they follow the same courses and teachers that they have at the middle school level. For the remote students, they will keep their same courses on their schedule, but the content will be delivered through what we're calling 4Q, 4-quarter APS online program. And it's not exclusively and the reason why we added this 4th quarter, because it's a unique use of APS online. For those of you who are familiar with APS online, we're not having the students go and do the Ed Options Academy as part of APS online. This is all Akron Public School teachers that they'll be working with through this more asynchronous type approach. For the middle school though, I said it was a combination. So the students in the remote will get 2 live courses for English and math. So they'll, just like they do now, they'll get live instruction. They will not be with their current middle school teachers. This is staffed by, similar to elementary, this is going to be staffed by those remote middle school teachers who have the medical exemptions. And they'll be getting their instruction live from those new teachers that they'll have for this last quarter of school for English and math.
Within their licensure area also, that's really important.
Yep, they will have, regular English and math teachers for that live instruction. And then the remainder of their instruction will be asynchronous courses that we are developing in district-wide Google Classrooms that we will put up in 3 weeks' time, where they'll have course content using Edmentum, which is what we use now. And some of you are familiar with it just from years past with APS Online, but they're learning modules that have learning activities in it, and then students take quizzes and tests at the end. Plus, we'll be supplementing with some other activities and assignments in the Google Classrooms for the majority of those core classes that we have. But to walk away tonight, and for families to understand that if you pick remote for middle school, you have 2 live classes in English and math, and then the rest of your classes are asynchronous, but you get support from an APS teacher mentor. So it's an APS teacher who's checking in with you, supporting you, looking at how the progress is, meeting with you weekly to make sure you're doing well. And then we also will have support periods built into the middle school schedule with the teachers from the student's school, where they can also be assigned to click in for any kind of content support. So 2 live classes, the rest is asynchronous, but lots of support wrapped around the students through a mentor assigned to them and through the support classes at the school that they can remotely connect in with a content expert. Okay, same thing as Ms. Scheib said before on that families would make this selection. If you're going from in-person to remote, you get to make a change one time if you want to switch from in-person to remote. And if you're remote and want to come in person, you get that April 12th through April 16th window is when you can make that change. So similar, that's the same for elementary, middle, and high. So I'll pause with middle school to see if there's any questions about that before I dive into high school.
Any questions?
I have a clarifying question, if I may, Dr. Akbar. So I'm just comparing the remote for junior high sort of in the current state versus what we're moving to. So it sounds like, so right now, with the remote model, they're getting, everything's live. All their courses are live. And so if they stay remote, they're going to go from all the courses being live to just 2 being live.
Right.
And then their remaining courses, we keep using that word asynchronous. Can you just define, for us, sort of what that means in practical terms?
Yes, asynchronous is self-directed, independently working through the content, but then you get to meet with teachers to get support, tutoring, coaching, motivation support, all of that.
And that's a huge piece. It is asynchronous, but it's asynchronous with support, continuing ongoing support.
Right, which is very different than, if you think of all the remote schools that are out there, online schools, that we're adding a lot more support with Akron Public School teachers and staff to help students step through the modules. And again, we're talking about the last quarter of school as they work through that.
Gotcha. So for example, my science course would be asynchronous, and that would be delivered through, you're saying a vendor like Edmentum would be like, is the vendor, or?
It's just the content.
Right?
We've purchased it. So it's similar to how we purchase textbooks. So it's the content. There's online digital learning modules. It's just called Edmentum that we already use. We use it for other students who need to have digital online options. So, and it also aligns with our pacing guide. So it's much better than to send them off to some contracted online, which is what most districts have done in this area and across the state, is they just contract with somebody else to provide it. We're designing it. We're pulling which modules the students need based on exactly where everyone in the district is at the end of this 3rd quarter. So it's much more tailored towards an Akron Public School lens.
Gotcha. And so my last question may sound like that. So again, I feel compelled to ask this question. So are we suggesting then that from a quality of education standpoint that the in-person and the remote are equivalent?
It is different, but the quality is equivalent. And the reason why I will say that with such confidence is that we have been doing this since 2014-15. We have APS online. We have about 350 students per year who we educate. And if I didn't think it was quality, I would not I would not support and let us have that program. So what we've done is for the same type of program, but we've really ramped it up to wrap a lot more support. We've pulled it into all Akron Public School teachers, and added support, the content support classes that they'll have, and the APS teacher mentor, so that it's much more tailored towards our students with a lot more support so that it isn't, so that they can get through the last quarter of school. So yes, it's different though. So families need to understand, obviously, that it's more asynchronous and self-directed than what they're used to today.
And I might add, for those watching, and even if we have students watching, not only do we think the quality is the same, we believe the rigor is the same also. They will be getting rigorous curriculum. We have been doing this for a long time. And in addition to what we have been doing with our online piece, we've added additional supports. So I think that we're very, very close, if not there, as far as quality and rigor, but with both models.
Great, great. Thank you both. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? I have one, but I want to give it to everyone else. It's all true.
So we're still talking about middle and high school, correct?
That was just middle school. We're going to talk about high school right now. Would you like us to move on to that before you ask any more questions?
Ms. Autry, you can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So with the middle school, will there be the possibility that I guess a teacher would be teaching students from different schools as with the elementary model, or not?
Yes, it'll be very similar to what I described at elementary, because we will staff it where we'll look at all the middle school students across all the middle schools and put together an English class and a math class. So there may be some students from different schools together in that class.
Okay. So this is a comment or a question that you might not be able to answer. Being from the Buchtel cluster, I'm thinking about new tech. And I'm thinking about how a teacher is going to grade the way new tech grades. Because for those of you who don't know, Buchtel has a whole different instructional model called new tech. So I know it's going to be a challenge, I guess, when you're trying to, I guess, get those schedules together.
Yeah, for the students, and there'll be additional guidance that Ms. Shipe and I will continue with the shared leadership teams that we've been working with on grading because what we do know today is that last quarter, that grade will be assigned by the new teachers assigned from the 4Q APS online program. And for the elementary, it's called the remote learning program. They will be grading those assignments and looking at the completion of the modules and putting together a grade. And then that will be combined with what the student has done up until the third quarter. And we'll put guidance out. The staff, if there's any staff listening, they now have 533 questions about that process. And we'll put out a guidance document like we always do that will outline what that looks like and how that will work. And we'll take into consideration the unique Buchtel New Tech, the IB middle school program, that came up today at Litchfield. So there's those unique programming that will work out as to how the grades will be combined.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, so I just have one question, but before I say ask a question, I just want to you, Dr. McWilliams-Woods, and Ms. Shipe and your entire committee, because I know it's been a group for all of your work in this as we, march towards if I want to call it a finish line, but the march towards the line towards moving back to in-person learning. Very clear that you consider a lot of, complexities of this. So I have a question just about the asynchronous. Probably aren't using that word when you send it out to parents, but I just wanted to thought about maybe using, I know in the first plan we had the word self-directed, and people, I don't want to say they ran for the hills, but they definitely let us know that they didn't like that. I think it's, people understand what self-directed is. I think it's more questions when you use the word asynchronous. So I just wanted to put that out there. Also ask a question, so I apologize. So with the 2 courses that are live and everything else is asynchronous, would the teacher mentor be like a similar course like the what do you call those, dropout recovery schools, where the student is doing the lesson but they're there to support them? Or is it more like a scheduled check-in? So how is the check-in process working?
Yeah, it's more a support to the student. And if Mr. Black wants to chime in to talk about that, because you know, we do have teacher mentors serving in that role, or Mr. Hatcher can jump in as well. We have mentors similar in that role that already in the district with our APS Online program, although the Akron Public School nature of how we're choosing the curriculum and the learning modules that they're working on, and then they'll be providing not just scheduling and not just looking digitally to see how they're doing. They'll actually be meeting with the students saying, how are you doing in that science class? Let's talk through, where are you getting stuck? What kind of support do you need? And all of that, you know, and then getting, if they're not a science expert, then they'll make sure that they get them into one of those content supports to be sure they're getting the help that they need. Mr. Black or Mr. Hatcher, did I do okay with that response, or do you want to add anything about that mentor role?
Yes, your explanation was excellent. One of the things that we are doing, that we have always done in online environment, is provided our students with a mentor. So that match, once we get the survey completed, will happen for all online students. One of the things that Ellen and Ms. Scheidt had also mentioned was providing students with a certified licensed teacher. So you've heard some models where we're trying to free up staff members to allow in English and math that direct instruction to occur. And then there's also some areas where we will have some additional certification to provide families who choose remote learning an opportunity to put them with a properly licensed and credentialed staff member. And that's what makes our model much more superior than anything that you'll see across the nation.
And the other thing that we've talked about is if a student really struggles with math, for example, that's consistently been their problem, for science, for example, then we also will have the flexibility to look at those mentor teachers, because they're all Akron Public School teachers. And if that's their strength is science, we can make sure the students get linked with that teacher. So it gives us a lot of flexibility rather than just kind of assigning them to a program where there's not as much wiggle room in terms of how we do the match with the mentor.
And I wanted to underscore what Mr. Hatcher just said too. In addition to the mentor teacher, this model, I believe, is superior because we also have in the building content teachers that will be touching those students every week. In addition to, and you'll see in the high school model, even an additional time for high school students to get those teachers support from the buildings.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? All right, so I think you can move on to the high school version.
All right, so I won't go over the entire rationale again because we have the same rationale for supporting our students and staff within the buildings that we considered in developing the high school model. Because the high schools are, again, so much different, and we're talking about many offerings at the high school level, and we have college and career academies at the high school level, different licensure area for the teachers. So we have to customize the model around that type of thing, and while still supporting our students' individual needs. And so Ellen is going to go ahead and go over the high school model.
So the high school model, you know, the structure is very similar to the middle school, except all of the coursework is in that asynchronous model. Because when you look at high school schedules, and again, this is where the complexity of trying to basically duplicate all of the teachers with the licensure and the expertise for all of those specialized courses that we have. You know, if I could clone all of our teachers, then that would be the best way to do this last quarter. If I could just duplicate them and put them into the remote and keep them so that all the families who choose in person are also super happy because we haven't disrupted all of their schedules or taken courses away that they couldn't finish because we couldn't replicate them in both places. So the high school version is same, that the students are still enrolled in their school following the same courses that they have, although all the courses are offered asynchronously, where we are taking responsibility for the mentor, APS teacher, the design of the learning modules and the curriculum that the students are doing, and the content teachers that the high school will have support periods built into the schedule with the regular high school in-person teachers, so that kids can be assigned if, that for English support or for math support or science support. There will be periods built into the high school schedule where students, the remote students, can go get tutoring, support, kind of explanation of anything that they're getting stuck on in their self-directed learning. And Dr. Akbar, yes, we will absolutely use typically we put self-directed in them parentheses, we put asynchronous, just because that word is really popular out in the education world across the country right now. So we're trying to introduce that concept, but we will definitely use self-directed as sort of the key term for everything on the website for families and all the information we send out. So, and then the same thing, students can make the changes to go from remote to in-person the one time during April 12th through April 16th. And then if you're in person and want to go remote, you can make that change one time during that last quarter. So that's the same across all grade levels.
And Mrs. Autry, with high school as well as with middle school, we are going to be taking a look at those IB courses and the new tech and all of that type of issue in the next few weeks and addressing those.
So the design of this, just so you know what will happen over the next 3 weeks, is teams of teachers will work with all of my curriculum staff under Karen Gijic's leadership to identify those learning modules and the additional assignments that will be put in Google Classrooms for students. And we'll have that all prepared kind of parallel as families are filling out the selection form, so that we can then know exactly which students in which courses do we need to how many students in each course to develop these courses kind of at a district level. So all of that will happen. And we've done this in summer and other programming. So my staff gave me a huge amount of confidence that they can pull this off in a short amount of time, because they've already done it with a lot of the courses that we currently have. So it's really just kind of fine tuning some of the remaining courses that we have in our menu of courses. And that is the model. So we're done with our content. So any other questions about the high school or any of the grade levels?
Right. Any other questions? I see Dr. Hall. Anyone else in the chat? Dr. Hall.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. Appreciate it. So my question is actually about Akron Early College. so I just want to make sure, because I don't, so I guess the question I've got is, when are they going back? I guess in person. I know that some of these students, especially the students, they've got classes that are on the campus, and there's probably a person that governs that. But just for clarity's sake, I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around what we're doing with the Akron Early College kids, because I know that in the calendar that you just showed previously, like you build a weekend for for teachers to get back in, but the Akron Early College kids wouldn't need that per se. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out when are they going? Like, what's the plan for Akron Early College kids?
Right. That's actually an excellent question, because we do have both Akron Early College High School and the STEM High School that are on the university schedule. So they're a few weeks ahead of everybody in terms of when their third marking period closes and when their school year closes. So we met, Mr. Black scheduled a meeting this morning. We have been meeting all morning with all the principals, going through the models, looking at where we're going to have to make some unique shifts in terms of all the dates, and when, not necessarily when all the staff return, but what that's going to look like in the context of these university courses. We also need to look at class sizes, because some of that is a little bit different, because when we're on campus, like for example at the Akron Early College, we also have to follow the University of Akron rules. And so Dr. James and Mrs. Folk has been working with the University of Akron on their rules for social distancing and class size to make sure that we can meet both of our rules and their rules. So that it will be very unique in terms of especially the STEM high school and early college. But our specialty schools, Mr. Hatcher is in charge of all the specialty schools. So he'll be working real closely with me and Ms. Scheib, and Michael Householder also helps with that to work through those unique schedules.
So quick follow-up. So if I'm the parent of a student who's in Akron Early College, what kind of timeline or how soon can I expect there to be a plan available to view for my child?
They will know what that option looks like, because it's still an Akron Public School, high school. So they'll still be able to know, here's what remote looks like and here's what in-person looks like across the board. If there's anything unique, they will know this week before they're actually making the selection. So they will be well informed before they're filling out that family selection form. And that'll come directly from their staff at their building. Same thing with the I Promise School. The I Promise School has a different, time schedule. We can't capture all of that here because then it gets confusing for the majority of our families, but they're 9 to 4. So they'll be having a little different schedule. And as you know, they have more of a year-round schedule. So we'll have to accommodate that as well. I'm sorry, last question. So where can I refer parents that have additional questions about the Akron Early College schedule? Is there a website they can go to? Is there a contact person that I can refer them to? I would direct them to Mr. O'Neill, their principal, to get any additional information. And he's already prepared to send out information once we all I told everybody, just hold off until we get through this board meeting, till we see the feedback, and then we'll release information. And then at the same time, if there's anything unique for the specialty schools, they can release it at the same time. Okay, very good. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else in the chat. Okay, but Miss Autry.
I'm sorry, we just kind of jumped full-fledged into the in-person learning, and I still had a question about the Remote Plus, which we are currently practicing. So I think it was mentioned 3,000, I think were invited. Is there a number on how many actually showed up or took advantage of that opportunity? I should have anticipated that someone was going to ask that tonight, but I will definitely get the numbers from Mr. Black and Mrs. Otley Kelly and send that out to all of you. In terms, our projection was it was going to be around that 3,000 number,
but they've been tracking attendance from their principals. So I'll be sure to get a summary and email it out to you.
Thank you. And thank you to the entire committee. I know this is a lot, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
I will tell you the committee has been dedicated. Some of these folks have been working with us since the summer. We did bring on some new people, but the teachers and the principals have been a joy to work with because of their dedication and wanting to get this right for all kids. And I think they've done a beautiful job with it. And I also appreciate Ms. Shipe and Mr. Householder because they have spent, she's not kidding when we spend the weekends together working through this. So I appreciate their leadership and dedication to the process too.
Thank you. Same back at you, Alan.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Ms. Woods or Ms. Pat Shipe?
Dr. Aguilar, can I mention just one? I just want to do a quick plug for all kids. We do have the Akron After School program, and I want to make sure that as we finish out this quarter and go into the fourth quarter, that Akron After School program has live content teachers ready to support all kids, and we're going to keep that active through that last quarter as well. I just forgot to do a plug because that's one additional support, and it's an amazing support. They're here right now. They're here, it seems like 24 hours a day, including on Saturdays, and I love that. So we also have to make sure we advertise the support, the tutoring and family support that we have, and you can find it on our website. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Definitely a great resource for our families and our students. Dr. James, I think you had another item, right? You're on mute.
I think that covered it unless I forgot something. I just wanted to say we'll provide a written update next on Monday. So you'll get an update on how the vaccine went over the weekend. And then if there are any other changes or updates or pieces of information regarding this approach to how we do that return to in-person learning, and then keeping that remote option for families who choose it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. James. We will go to the president's report. Just a few items to report on. The first item is just an update on the superintendent search. We are in the midst of that. The surveys went out last week to a whole host of teachers and support staff and community partners. And we have received, I did get a note back from Steve that we've had a nice number of responses, but would still like to receive more. So if there are any teachers or support staff or community partners out there listening who haven't completed that survey, feel free to please fill that out. They're moving into a new stage later this week and next week with smaller focus groups, which will be more of an interactive. We'll be working with our own Ruth Ryman out of Dr. McWilliams-Woods' office to do those invitations to the select groups of individuals who fit all those different categories. So we'll be starting that this week as well. Any questions about that? Okay. Moving on to professional development. We're pretty much set for our professional development series. Just so a little more details, there'll be 10 to 15 small group sessions that will be conducted. We're working with the Educational Service Center to provide this for $1,500 will be the cost for the total sessions. But then also being individual and small group sessions. It will culminate in a board retreat, which we're hoping to be late March, early April. We'll talk about that a little more maybe at our next meeting to determine dates and when we might want to actually schedule that after, thinking through all of it and having our first meeting. So that is the professional development. And that is all I had for that. Any questions about those two items? Hearing none, we will move to the Treasurer's Report. Mr. Pendleton?
Good evening. Two quick items tonight. Last week was a busy week on top of the review that you just heard and all the districts around the state of Ohio returning to school. We did have the governor's budget released on February 1st. And a couple exciting points about the governor's budget is during his budget release, reporters asked him about a specific funding formula relating to all the work that went in over the last 3 years. And his reference was a specific decision not to change the current formula or lack thereof was acknowledged by the General Assembly in their efforts to develop the new Fair School Funding Plan. That's not to say that it won't go through twists and turns on its way through the budget process, but an acknowledgement from the governor was welcome. We do have two new House members, Representative Bride Rose Sweeney from Cleveland and Representative Callender from Concord, Ohio, have introduced now House Bill 1, and that's the second point. You can't get better on a priority list than House Bill 1, and we will see sponsor testimony yet this Thursday, and likely I'll be in Columbus next week to deliver testimony for the Fair School Funding Plan on base cost and other items. So we look forward to engaging with this new General Assembly and having this be the priority of the budget process. So that's my update for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pendleton. Any questions for the Treasurer? Okay, hearing none, we will move to committee reports, legal contracts and board policy. Mr. Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do not have a report for tonight, but we, as all of you should have received an email from Ruth Solomon to let you know that once we do get a date set for the policy meeting, that you will receive that information so that everyone can be invited to the policy meeting. So I want to just make sure that everyone knows that when that meeting is scheduled, everyone will get an invite. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alexander. On to finance and capital management, Mr. Bravo.
Yes, we also had some technical difficulties last week and needed to cancel our meeting. So we actually have rescheduled that for Wednesday, the 10th, and we'll have a report at our next meeting.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And we'll go to instructional policy and student achievement. Mrs. Mansfield.
We have no report tonight. Our next meeting is scheduled for next Tuesday. Unless my committee members want to share anything in particular, I would open that up to them.
Autry or Mrs. McKittrick?
No, I think we had most of ours from Ms. Shipe and Dr. McWilliams-Woods. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Moving to the last committee, the equity committee, Dr. Hall.
The last committee, but certainly not the least committee. And so there's a little humor there at the end of the day. Yeah, so we have our first committee meeting scheduled. And so looking forward to getting started with that. We have a lot of work to do. I think this is going to be a lot of fun and very fulfilling. So definitely looking forward to it.
Thanks, Dr. Hall. That concludes our committee reports. We'll move on to a new business as there's no unfinished business. The only item in new business is the naming of the new community learning center in the Kenmore Garfield area, which is the last school we are building under the previous plan. And so I wanted to open it up to the board to hear thoughts around whether or not we support charging the superintendent to review the name of the building, report back to us at our last meeting in April. So comments or thoughts? I see Mr. Bravo, then Mrs. McKittrick, and then anyone else can line up in the chat.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I guess maybe, and just for a recap, maybe it would be helpful too if we get an update, just sort of where we are in that process and what we think the next steps are at this point, just so that we're all starting from the same page as we kind of give you our thoughts. And Mike, previously, that was a very emotionally charged process when that decision was made to close what was Kenmore High School, as all of you know. We did a lot of community meetings. We had a lot of community discussions. We were out in auditoriums that were absolutely packed with people. We had open mics for people to come up and share their thoughts and their concerns and their worries. And when Kenmore Garfield actually came together, and most people also know that typically when we've hyphenated those names, at least recently, even with Harris Jackson, it was just done alphabetically. With Kenmore Garfield, it was actually done in the reverse, just to give Kenmore something, because their community, and they're a strong community of 20,000 people in this city, a strong neighborhood of 20,000 people in the city who lost a piece of their identity. And so their name was put first. But we always kind of said that we would come back to this question, to this conversation, and that we would rely a lot on the students too, because it's their school. And we would also take into account, of course, the community and alumni and other stakeholders, but that we would also involve the student body. And so I would be curious just to kind of know where we are and what we think the next steps are. How do we sort of honor that previous plan, or those previous sort of commitments, that we will listen to you and we will hear what you have to say when it gets closer and when it's time, because that community is going to probably be looking for that. So I'm just curious.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Bravo. Before we go to Ms. McKittrick and Mrs. Mansfield, the first thing is that one of the things we have different now is that we have a commemoration policy that we as a board just passed even a month ago. And that policy is guiding our process now. And the first step any of our buildings or doing any commemoration is for the board to decide to charge the superintendent to make recommendations around the commemoration of a facility. And so that's what this conversation is for, to decide if that's what we want to do. If we decide not to do it, then the name stays the same. That's what this conversation is about. And then if we decide to do that, we'll have Dr. James talk about what process he'll follow moving forward if we decide to charge those recommendations to our policy, which requires him to have conversations with staff, parents, teachers, just to remind everybody of the policy. I know Bruce and I spent probably the most time in that policy, so we can almost spit it out verbatim. I see we're going to go to you, Ms. Alexander, after we have Mrs. McKittrick, Mrs. Mansfield, Dr. Hall, then Mr. Alexander. So Mrs. McKittrick.
President. I think maybe my question is premature until we charge Dr. James with moving forward. So I'll hold my question for now.
Thank you very much, Mrs. McKittrick. Mrs. Mansfield.
Thanks so much, Dr. Akbar, for reviewing that particular part of the policy. I appreciate that. And just also wanted to, I was going the same direction as Patrick. I think that you can't know where you're going till you know where you've been. And I think that looking at where, what led us to go with the name that we did is a really important thing to keep in mind. And it was not something that was settled upon quickly or easily. It wasn't something that we just threw together, but we did know that it was going to be temporary. We did know that there was a plan and that we would look back at both communities and particularly the students whom this affects the most. Not that the communities aren't incredibly important, but ultimately these are going to be our graduates. These are going to be the students who walk those halls. And that identity is really important, especially for those of us who have come through Akron Public Schools. Those identities mean something in Akron. It tells who you are and, you know, the neighborhood that you represent. So just can't really follow up on much more than what Patrick said. I was going to go the same direction, but I do appreciate that. And if anyone has any other questions about that, I know Dr. Hall and I had a conversation offline today and talked about you know, the importance of that anchor of that building in the neighborhood and where that might go. And, you know, there have been, I can't count the number of conversations I've had with David James about that neighborhood and that community. So please feel free to reach out if there's anybody who wants any other information on that, or, you know, we can continue to have conversations as a board as well. And I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hall.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. I think like many folks on this call, there's a lot that we could say about this topic. But I think to your point, the question you raised was whether or not we're going to ask Dr. James to move forward with this. And so while I have other questions and other comments, I appreciate you walking us through the policy. And I want to answer your question, which is I would like to see us, direct the superintendent to move forward with this process. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Hall. Mr. Alexander.
Yes, there are a couple things I wanted to bring up. I do agree that we use the commemoration policy that we've developed, and we go through those steps, and there are some administrative guidelines with it. But I also want to, and I'm drawing a blank here. I've been trying to think of the name of the Mrs. Crystal Jones, who did some reporting and met with some of our students from that area, and so gathered so much information that we be able to get that report wherever it's at, so that everyone can look at that information that was gathered through that time. Also, any of the information that we may have that we had from those community meetings that may have been documented, so that we can look at that information as well. And then I think I do agree with having Dr. James move forward to direct us and give us some guidance into what he can look into to move this process possibly forward. But I think we need to have some of that history, some of that information that has been provided, so we can use that, because it is a foundation. It is from the community. It is from the students. It is from teachers. It's from that group as a reliable group. And so we need to gather all that information, put it in the packet. Every board member gets it. And if we direct Dr. James to move forward with it, then we do that. Thank you.
Ms. Autry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would concur. I agree with allowing the superintendent to move forward with this process. I do just want to make the comment. I think it's very, very important that the community is a part of this decision-making, because after all of our buildings are CLCs now, community learning centers. So even though I value the student input as well, it's the communities who are ultimately in these neighborhoods with these buildings. And then also, I just wanted to remind everybody, as part of our advanced APS, creating a master facilities plan is on that list. So, there is future potential for what we can do with that Kenmore building, which was, I think, one of our newer buildings, that's still potentially usable for a lot of different ways. A very vibrant community that I spent a lot of time in over the last few years. So I just wanted to make those comments, and thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Dr. James in a second. I just wanted to share that once Dr. James brings back to the board, it is ultimately the board's decision to look through those recommendations and to decide whether we're move forward with a new name or keep the same name or do whatever direction we decide to go in. And we can actually accept one of the recommendations or create a new one of our own. So just based off those recommendations and the information we gather, just wanted to put that out there about the process since Mr. Bravo mentioned about the process. James.
Sure. So if it's the board's pleasure, I can actually start as early as tomorrow and talking with one group who's done some community engagement work in that community in particular, and start that process of seeking some public input along with student input, input from, I think, all the stakeholders involved in terms of a path moving forward, and then report that back to the board.
Thank you very much, Dr. James. So I believe from what I am gathering from a consensus in the room that would like you to move forward with making those recommendations. I'll just add that I think it'll be advantageous for the board if we had those recommendations by the last meeting of April.
Yes.
Okay. Comments or concerns about this new business item? Okay, thank you very much. Moving forward, we do have a need to move into executive session, to recess in the executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G1 for the purposes of considering the employment, dismissal, or discipline of a public employee or official of the school district, and Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G3 to meet with the board legal counsel to discuss disputes involving the board and or our school district that are subject of pending and imminent court action. I will accept a motion to move into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Alexander and seconded by Dr. Hall to move into executive session. Mr. Pendleton, roll call, please.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Bravo? Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar? Thank you.
Yes. For our public watching, we will recess into executive session now. And as there does not appear to be a need to words, we will simply be returning from executive session to adjourn. So thank you everyone for viewing our meeting today, as well as your engagement on YouTube, as well as those who participated today by the request to address the board. Board members, we will exit now and go into executive session.
Come off the corner of your mouth from that. I'm just joking. I'm just messing with you.
I
I'm
wish.
just messing with you.
I
I'm
wish.
just messing with you, man.
NJ, before we join again, are you gonna text Ryan what time we return and then what time we adjourn, or do you want one of us to do that?
Yeah, can one of you do that for me, please?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Patrick. All right, so Mr. Rittenhouse, I believe we are ready. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, and welcome back to the regular board meeting scheduled for 8 February 2021 of the Akron Board of Education. We just returned from executive session as there is no additional actions needed to be taken. We'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay.
Thank you very much. It's been moved and properly seconded. It is 9:36, and we will see everyone at the next board meeting. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
9:37. Everybody have a good night.
Good night, y'all.
Good night. Thank you, Mr. Rittenhouse.